Yo, what's up, Adrian? Uh, you cannot shift click because it will select everything around, and I need to select just certain edges. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. If you wait another 10 minutes, probably you'll see why I have to only select certain edges. Yeah, so basically I have to raise the edge, the corner, because when you go around let's call it, let's not call it gravity because it's a video game. Let's call it physics. It will push the player on the outside edge. So I need to raise the track, the corner. I have to raise it a little bit. Now there is nothing that can help unless there is some little bit of code to calculate the curvature, or the better said, the angle between the two edges at the vertex point, and tell me that this is a turn, this is not a turn. But also the script will have no way of telling which corner it's on the outside, which one is on the inside. So there's that. I gotta manually do it. It's not gonna take long. It's actually done. It's all done. It's all selected as I want it. See what I mean? So now that I moved it up, I got to do the proportional stuff and then tone it down a little bit. Something like that. But 6 meter is way too much. That's right. That's right. Sanchez and Enduro. That's fucking right. I got the what is it called? I got the Marshall in here. Yes, Tilamamico, I apologize. The power went out and there is nothing I could possibly do. And well, took a while to come back. Probably the larger area of the city was affected because took a solid 30 minutes, 35 minutes to come back. So there is that. Somehow disappeared on me. But yes, this is gonna be an off-road track. That's gonna be quite big. You're gonna like it. If you do racing on the on 5M, you're gonna like it. What do you mean it got kicked? Who's kicking you? There is nobody kicking you. Oh, you thought you got kicked? No, it's just me. I got disconnected. Lost power. So basically, right now I'm softening the slope, the entrance into the turn, so it's not so abrupt. It's not so brutal. Adrian, does it pay good? It's mainly about how good you are. If you manage to hook up with a server owner that has money, that has a lot of players, and they all pay like Prio or whatever, you can make a pretty penny, yeah. And also not run into those server owners that want everything Rockstar quality, but they don't want to spend more than $20. So it depends on who you run into. Yeah, there's assholes like that too. Yeah. Are you a what do you do, Adrian? You do 3D stuff for games? I'm just trying to figure out if this is what I want, or if I want to. I think I'm gonna be doing some sculpting. I'm gonna do some sculpting and add some like the rocky surface in here. And this is pretty much the basic without the bumpiness of a off-road racetrack. This is pretty much what's going on. I'm gonna add a few hops in and there just randomly because it's supposed to be like that. I'm gonna do proportional. Did you play the track? I'm just creating it right now. I'm gonna be played after I'm done. There is no playing while you're creating it. This is the process of creating from scratch. I just did the mesh. I am doing the I'm doing the bumpiness right now, the irregularities. I do that. This is what I do. I make a living doing the 3D stuff. Yep. Tilka Momilka, no. What he wrote? 3D police speed gun? What the hell is a speed gun? With the zoom option that shows different embedded view when you zoom through it. I have no idea what you're talking about, buddy. I cannot make sense of what he's saying. Oh, you mean the handheld radar? You mean the radar? How do you make one? What do you mean, how do you make one? You just model it. There you go. You have a speed gun. You like the speed gun? See how fast it was? Not bad. And we're gonna switch to tools, then to dynamic topology, and we're gonna do some magic in here. It's gonna be 20. We're trying to keep it low poly. We almost reached 6,000 triangles for this. We're still looking good in that sense, but I don't want to go over 10,000 on this particular mesh. So yeah, Tilko, you have a lot more coding to do than 3D modeling for that kind of stuff. If you want to create a radar, handheld radar gun, and but it's doable. That's what you want. It's a coding challenge. It's not a 3D modeling challenge. Okay, we're already at 11,000. Fuck. We're not even halfway through. Gotta take it easy with the details. $12,000. Almost done with the sculpting. All right, 13,100. So we gotta decimate a little bit, reduce the triangulation in here because it's too dense. So we're gonna go decimate. And we're watching the numbers in here too. I think 7,000 is a good number. Kind of blocky, kind of Minecrafty. Let's add a bit more details on the obvious shit. Yeah, I think we're good on this. Just double checking stuff. All right, let's paint this one. Add some textures to it. And the vertex color. But we have scripts that calculate the vertex position in relation with the world, and paints the texture in a certain color. So where you see the different color variation is going to be different texture. That's for the first layer. For the second layer, it will repeat, but uh, the way the color and the weight is calculated is different. So I have two different algorithms for calculating the vertex two, not to calculate the vertex color, but to set the vertex color in a certain way according to certain parameters. And that helps me avoid painting large areas. So pretty much that's what you're looking at. Now, if I have to export this one to GTA5, I can do that. Let me double check that I embedded all the textures. I also have a script that populates all these fields, so there's that. You'll never see me manually placing textures on those slots. It's just a piece of code that does that for me. Picks up random textures from a certain folder, and they are interlinked in a sense that the normal is going to be always going to be matching the diffuse. Offroad. As you can see, it's all done automatic on auto. It's mostly dirt, a little bit of grass here and there. I think the tiling is too severe. I think I have to resize the UV map and remove some of the noise, some of the bumpiness is too kind of screaming at me. So let's do that, but it's gonna be in manual mode. Just find the value for the bumpiness from 2 to 0.3. And the spec, I need it to be 0.5. What script you said you got? I got script to automatically set up the terrain shader, like add all the textures, paint the vertices for me, and all that shit. It's all automatic. You've never seen me do that. I've done it so many times as a fuck. Every time I do this, I'm gonna be wasting half an hour. I need 0. So this, all three of them needs to be 0.1. And I said instead of wasting half an hour every time I do this, I'm just gonna take 2-3 hours, have some code to automatically populate all the slots, and it saves me saves a lot of time if you automate stuff. So let's do that again. This still looks too tiley. Not randomizer or bumpiness, randomizer of the textures that's going to be placed on the terrain for the vertex color, because those are different vertex colors. If you go to vertex paint in here, so this stuff in here it's teal, or if you want cyan with green. So the tiling, I have to export this one more time. Edit modes, do texture, hide the collisions so I can see what I'm doing, and reopen the UV map editor. 3A. And I think this is good. Bumpiness comes from the texture, from the bump map. The way you randomize that, it's just choose a different texture. But since you have 4 of them for this type of shader, it's quite random. It doesn't look bad. Okay, so I gotta export again because I changed the UV map size. All right. Let's see what we got in here. That's a little better, a lot better actually. This area looks kind of unexcitingly even. So let's see what we got in here. This is actually playable in game, and we'll have to come back to it to add the terrain around. So I'm gonna be adding this in game right now, and we're gonna play a little bit, see what it feels like, if it has major issues. If it doesn't have major issues, we're just gonna add the terrain around it, a little bit of trees, a little bit of um, concrete stuff, and maybe array some props. We shall see. It's gonna be resource. Here we go. Yeah, I think this is a good place to have it. It's kind of industrial area. The vehicle's gonna make a lot of noise. Time to test it in game. Texandria. Well, I put it underground. No, it's gonna be over the water because I want to add extra terrain, and if I put it underground, kind of doesn't make any sense. It will be. I mean, it will make sense, but imagine that it's about 600 meters. Um, Realistically, it's very hard to dig a hole that wide just for a racetrack, right? Uh, it's very expensive, logistically speaking, realistically speaking. Wee. Oh. Pretty fucking fun. It's a bit bumpier than I expected, but I still like it. So right now everything around it is just gonna be like very smooth terrain. Ooh. Because the point is to have a racing area and people to park their vehicles to come over and race, and whoever goes over the edge, because it's gonna be like an edge that's gonna be scripted, is gonna lose points. It's gonna lose points. Woo! You cannot go full speed on this bitch. Well, racing speed is probably gonna be 55. Unless you catch a good spot. Yeah, I'm quite happy about this. Hell yeah. Okay, so this was the hard part. Well, the hard part as in trying to keep it realistic. And then we're gonna do the terrain around. Which I'm not yet certain how am I gonna do it. I'm trying to figure out which one to array in the Y map because I'm going to be needing some barriers. Ooh, this is sexy. Not only sexy, is also, but this needs to be set up in a way that if the player crashes into it, it will collapse, and that's going to be hard to get right. So I guess I'm going to be using the concrete stuff. I think those things, if you crash into them, is gonna splash water. I'm not 100% certain. It's a YFT. I may be right about that. Export XML. Let's see. Offroad. Then we're gonna do an import. Right here. So we're gonna be arraying this sucker around the track like crazy. This is damaged. So this one is gonna get destroyed. It's gonna get some effects in it. It's gonna have some particle effects if you hit it. Pum, pum, pum. All right, let's see which one is the mesh. This is the mesh. So we're gonna have to change the I think we can change the origin a little bit to be lower. And we're gonna call this prop. What do we call it? What do we call it? Breakable water container. You still have stuff going on. That's why I couldn't do it. What a dick. Why is it not letting me do it? I don't fucking know why it's not letting me do it. It doesn't let me do it as curve or mesh. I'm just gonna have, so how big is this? So this is a 2 meter by 2 meter. I guess it's gonna be So 0.8, 0.9, almost a meter. We can do the following. Add curve Bezier. I'm gonna do 1.8, 1.9, no, 0.9. And rotate it on Y. $90. And then instead of arraying that, we're gonna do this. It still doesn't let me do it. So something's, I'm not doing something properly. And I don't know what the fuck am I doing with this one. Why is not arraying it? It's already curved. I don't know what I'm doing, and I don't know what I'm doing with the array stuff. That's not taking effect. Which means we're gonna build a concrete wall. I'm gonna slice this in pieces, and we're gonna spawn that. Because the array doesn't fucking work the way I want it to. And we're gonna take this, convert it to a mesh, I'm not certain a motorcycle would jump over it. So we're gonna do a whoa. Blender, you fuck, what are you doing? I'm gonna do an emission texture. On this wall that we created all around. That actually follows the terrain perfectly. But we're gonna slice it in pieces. So this 1240. We're gonna create blocks. of 0.5. Half a meter. We're gonna call it cutter. And we're gonna duplicate it along X. Then we're gonna take boolean, the boolean kind of fucked up. We had open edge meshes and the boolean didn't work the way it's supposed to.
Thanks for writing into Some FM and telling us how much you appreciate the music we play. But we need a little more than the love and the good words. We need some financial support. So please go to sumfm.com/support and support Some FM. Get a t-shirt with a $50 donation or give us a couple dollars a month automatically. Thanks for keeping us on the air and commercial free.
Drone Zones on Some FM.
I think we should test it in game. For some reason, the terrain doesn't show in game, which is weird. But the track does show. I don't know what the fuck's that about. So let's recreate that stuff. New Y type. Save it. My code walker still starts with the mod on for some reason. That may be fucking it up. I'm gonna recreate the Y type and the manifest, and that should solve the issue if there is any. No, who the fuck taught you to do this? Now you're crashing? Huh, okay, that was weird. Tools, manifests, generate. Let's try again. My code walker was having the same problem. I had to disable it and save the options to fix it. Well, let's hope it's working now. Because it was weird that the track would show up but not the terrain. Alright, here we go. Here we go. I need this shit to work now. Goddamn. And I think it's working because I see the saved. Yeah, it's working. We have the terrain. No clip. I set the loading distance to be like 5,000. Woo! We got a terrain working too. Looks like there's a little bit of a... I'm gonna have to create a new mesh from that. And do the decals to transition from the racetrack to the terrain itself. This is fucking brutal on the racetrack. I'm gonna have to smooth it out. Look at how bumpy it is. Yeah, the terrain itself is nicer to race on. I think I went a little too crazy on the track, but yeah, this is 600 meters piece of land that I created for racing. I think I should smooth it out a little bit and add more details because it almost looks like Minecraft, but it's very low resource. If you have 100 players racing, this is how your terrain you want to look like, because otherwise everybody's going to be lagging. So there's that. Yeah, it looks like it's the perfect size in that sense. It's not too big, it's not too small. Let's see. Spawn. Well, this Sanchez is a lot better on this. I think the Marshall, that's very soft in that sense, or very bumpy, has issue. But for the motorcycle, it's pretty fucking good. Let's see what it feels like with the what's the other one, the Duro. Oh yeah, this one is real good too. It doesn't feel it doesn't feel too much at all. I think the Marshall is a little bitch. It's, it's too soft. Alright, let me see if I can add this one in a single player. So I can actually add some props. Because the moment I add trees and bushes and all that stuff, this is gonna look completely different. Like, completely different. Alright. So let's do the. Actually, let me take a piss. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Hold on. Alright, here we go. So this is gonna be. We're gonna do it in Blender, we're not gonna do it in CodeWalker. If you didn't know, you can add the props in Blender. Who's that? Stormy. Let's see what's going on. Accept, but I'm not gonna answer right now because whatever. I'm streaming. I cannot talk to you. Yeah, Blender. Boom. Reload the map. And then we're gonna hide. It's already hidden. We do not need the concrete wall. We never spawned the concrete wall. We made this and never used it. I guess we're gonna do it sometimes. Alright, so we're gonna hide that. And with this active, I think I have to cut. Ah, damn it. I ran into the same issues adding my props to my Evelyn Blender. Some props are glitching out and appearing at the center of the envelope. That's not a thing. That's not. Sorry for the chirpy English. I'm not a native English speaker either, so don't worry about that. So let's do the trees, right? Using a translator, that's fine. Terrain. Hey, thank you, Destroyer. I'm glad you decided to actually pay in that sense for education because a lot of people avoid. Uh, you say, "Oh, I'm going to be paying this amount of money. Probably I'm not going to learn anything." Believe me, you're going to learn a lot more in a short amount of time than trying to watch 1,000 tutorials on YouTube and nobody's giving you the complete information about what you're trying to do. And like seriously, in 1 hour, 2 hours, uh, you can solve a lot of problems, understand a lot of things about stuff that doesn't make any sense until it does. Until someone that's experienced know how to explain what the issue is. So right now, the because of how big the area is, as in the 600 meters, the script is gonna take a hot minute to generate the vegetation, the trees on the terrain, and after that, we're just gonna convert the file to YMAP to XML, and then we're gonna add some stuff. We're gonna see how it's done via scripts instead of manually doing all that stuff. Well, yeah, it's a lot easier to teach someone that doesn't know anything than to teach someone that believes that they know something. And because people that believe that they know how to do stuff and they're also not successful, uh, they're gonna they're gonna fight you on what you're trying to explain to them, and they're gonna contradict you and try to prove you wrong, and then they're still gonna fail. So someone that doesn't know exactly, that has absolutely no experience, they're just gonna follow along and they're gonna do it right from the first time. They're not gonna uh, argue whatever you're trying to explain to them. But it happens. It's alright. This should not take this long. It's probably because I'm streaming too, and part of the GPU workload is also taken by OBS and the streaming. Come on, Blade. Come on. We ain't got all day. It's not even you cannot. It's not like you can't even find the information. Is having someone to answer the question is more. It's more about making sense of what exactly is right, what exactly the information is about. Because when you talk in a video and trying to explain something to someone, uh, there's nobody asking you anything. You just riff through whatever you're doing. But for someone that's never done anything or did it the wrong way the whole time, it doesn't make any sense or doesn't make much sense. Uh, I tried the other day to follow someone that was modeling a car, right? And trying to talk about armature and stuff that I never done before. And I know how to use Blender. And that shit didn't make any sense to me. So having someone to actually to talk to you and answer the question, and why you're doing this way and not doing the other way, not like in a fighting manner. You just explain what's going on. Believe me, I'm not even that expensive destroyer. 20 euro per hour is not even a lot of money for the information you're getting out of me for 1 hour. That's not even a high price. Now it really pisses me off. It takes so long. It never took this long to generate the clumps. That's a good way to do it, Johnny. Yeah, if you do interiors for 5M, you're the interior designer, the exterior designer, the architect, the light specialist, the furniture placement specialist, the lighting guy, the FX guy. You're doing like the job of 5 people. But that's the way it is. Let me tell you this, Destroyer. I made more money teaching people how to do this stuff than actually selling assets on Tebex. That should tell you something. Well, actually, I haven't sold anything in Tebex in a long time. I disabled the store. Fuck it. I ain't got time to worry about the Tebex. I get work as is, and also people paying for lessons. Course? Nah. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm taking my time to do that when I'm doing the tutorials. Except for the medium advanced stuff, where I'm not actually explaining everything I do. I assume that if you're watching a medium advanced tutorial, you do know how to use Blender, and I don't have to tell you that I'm extruding a face or extruding an edge or duplicating a vertex or whatever. If you watch the screen, you know exactly what's going on. But whatever's for beginners, I take the time to actually explain and why I'm doing the way I'm doing it. Make a course in YouTube. I don't think YouTube lets you do courses paid paid content. I will probably do something like that if they could do that, because YouTube makes it easy to upload and stream and all that stuff. I wish, for example, you could stream just for subscribers, but that's not a thing, right? You can move the video after you're done streaming. You can move the video to private, but and then you can charge, I don't know, a dollar, two, three, four, five for the video for the live stream. But for example, who's gonna pay for for the fact that I'm waiting right now for the generator to do his job? Uh, so yeah, gotta organize it. Gotta organize your lessons if you get into that to that degree. Blender, let's go. Holy shit, I think it's been 20 minutes now. I don't want to kill the scene, because if it's like almost there and I kill it and then I run the script again, like fuck me, what do I do? I just wasted all that stuff. And also, people don't like being educated. People like being entertained, and that's been proven over and over again. Uh, People come to YouTube to get entertained, to crack a joke or be stupid about random stuff. It's very hard to, I mean, not very hard to find, for the most part, people hanging out or people that trying to get educated. Uh, I'm not an entertainer, I'm an educator. And that's why 3 years later, or whatever, for however long I've been running this channel, I'm still under 2,000 subscribers. Yeah, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people like that, but I'm not that kind of person. I'm not I'm not running after people to take their money. I don't function that way. I'm really bad at asking people for stuff, or at least give them the impression that they have to pay me for whatever. Fuck. I don't like waiting. God damn it. What do we have in here? Software. That's gonna be on the game smarting. That is gonna be on Blender scripts. Gonna be on I don't know if should I kill it? Should I kill it? Wait a little longer. I should have opened the console. The console will tell me what's the percentage. But right now, Blender is frozen. Probably generating the last pieces of geometry.
Drone zones on Soma FM.
Oh man, just waiting was killing me. If I only knew. I should have put the timer on the screen, see exactly how long it took. But I guess I'm gonna be watching the video, probably cut the whole thing out the moment the stream is done. For how long I've been streaming, I don't know that either. It's been 3 hours 15 minutes. Blender, come on, buddy. Let's go. I apologize to you guys. I had no idea it was gonna take this long. with the OBS running. Looks like the encoding on on my side takes a lot of GPU power out of Blender, which is how the whole thing is getting generated. Unless I kill it, there is nothing I can do about this being done. And if I kill it, I just waste, I don't know, half an hour, something like that, because I haven't done anything. I haven't moved from that point forward anywhere. No, it's just the GPU that's doing the generation, and it's busy and has to split between generating and encoding the video for YouTube. So it's the workload. It's not frozen. I don't think it's gonna crash. Hopefully, it never crashed on me before. But I had no idea it's gonna take this long. I had no idea the encoding is taking that much GPU power. Is it saved? This is just, yeah, it doesn't, no, it's not saved in that sense. But I just ran the generate. I haven't done anything else to the geometry itself. So it's all good, even if it crashes. It's like 3 hours ago, the power went out, probably half the city, and the internet provider went down too. And I was out for about 30 minutes or so. This is my fucking luck. I'm streaming once a week, and then the power goes out. Blender, please. Pretty sure if I stop streaming, it will just finish, but I don't want to stop the stream. Just because of that. And about this being a small racetrack, it's kind of small. I have done 32 kilometer by 32 kilometer terrain. So compared to that, with my biggest piece of land that I've generated, this is quite small, being 600 meters. Maybe a little less than 600 meters. And also, it's been done. It's been done in 3 hours, 4 hours, right? I guess I may as well through some of the scripts. This is the script that generates the clumps. So it takes one cube. It is placing it in the world on the mesh. So generates, calculates, computes the normal slope on the mesh, and according to the settings, right here at the bottom, will generate a certain amount of cubes. Those cubes are parents. and then around the parents there's going to be additional cubes that are at random distance from the parent. So the further away they are from the parent, the higher the distance. Well, the higher the distance between the smaller cubes, the children cubes, and that gives the illusion of a. So the moment the generation is done, I take the file that's being generated, and I replace the name of the big cube uh, with a, let's say, a tall tree, right? And then I take the names of the smaller cube that are around the parents, the big tree, and I replace them with smaller props like smaller trees, and then uh, whatever as the distance the children move away from the parent is going to be smaller and smaller props. So it's going to be a small tree, then it's going to be a big bush, there's going to be a smaller bush, then it's going to be flowers, then it's going to be grass. So it looks like looks very natural. The distribution of the clumps looks very natural, and I can also add rocks. I can add whatever the fuck I want. If I want to spawn houses, I can spawn houses. It doesn't matter. So that's the script that does that. What else can I show you in here? The grass generator. I can set up. This one lets me set up what type of grass is gonna be spawned on what's the normal slope. So as you can see here, I have this is the degree, the inclination of the normal. So for on the 7th degree is gonna be forest grass. On the 10 degree is gonna be some logs and some other stuff, right? The dead trees. Then so it's different vegetation. It's randomly picked from the list, and in that sense, I do not have to use the Codewalker's grass generator for that. I can just use this stuff in here. It does the job, and I can do kilometers at once. There's quite a bit of coding in here. Then material by phase. So when I generate the terrain, I can also paint the vertex according to how the slope is facing north, is facing east, south, or whatever. I can check that, and according to that, I can place a certain material. For example, if it's ultra flat, like 0.001, like 1 millimeter differences between the angle at the vertex, I can spawn grass. If it's a little higher, I can spawn a taller grass or something else like a small rocks, and so on. And when I have those calculated, the script separates the mesh according to at what angle they are, and that way I know the gravel is not going to sound like grass, even though it's going to have a little bit of grass, but it's not going to sound like dirt. It's not going to sound like sand, for example, if it's next to water. So this is also really good. Detect crevices and bumps. This I use it if I want to accentuate the vegetation being on top of a hill or in a valley. If I have like a deep cut into the terrain, this script detects the difference in how deep is the crevice, or how high is the bump, and I can add color. I can change the vertex color according to that. This script is the script generates the XML file that's ready to be imported in RPF Explorer the moment I have all the props placement generated as in XYZ and plus the rotation, the Ortanian. This is also really cool, the one that creates tiles. For example, you have a piece of terrain, but the terrain is huge. Let's call it 10 kilometer. You cannot have in game a piece of terrain that's 10 kilometer and not look like Minecraft. So you have to add details. If you add details, that means you increase the number of vertices. If you increase the number of vertices, that means you have to split the mesh in multiple meshes because you cannot exceed 32,000 vertices per mesh. That's the limitation, the hard limitation of 32-bit application like is GTA5. So the terrain that you're trying to put in game has to be split in multiple tiny slices, and the other script that I have in here that generates the prop location is going to give me the location for every single piece of land that's being generated as in the YMAP. It can generate the YMAP for me, and then I just convert that and put it in game. And one thing that I'm missing, and I don't know when I'm gonna have time to actually do that shit, is loading. You need LODs for this stuff. You cannot have a 32 kilometer piece of terrain without loads, unless everything is HD, in which case you're gonna run out of memory in game before every single piece of drawable in the world is gonna load. There's also a limit on how many props you have in the world. I think it's close to 100,000. If you have any more than that, your game is gonna crash. Bend face. I never heard of bend face. So those are the scripts. I think I have over 200 scripts that I have that lets me do stuff. So this is vertex related. Oh, it's done. The generation is done. The motherfucking generation is done. Yippee. Alright, let's see. Yes, so as you can see, this is how many trees it's gonna have on the terrain. Oh, you guys are gonna love this. And I think I have to fix the script. It looks like it spawned vegetation on the 90 degrees faces. That's funny. But I'm not gonna allow those to take resource. So I'm gonna be cleaning those. It's not gonna be how many objects I have right now. 6,100. And I'm left with 5,700. So it's not a big cleanup. But if I turn on the original, there's even a better representation on how much vegetation I just generated on the stuff. All right. Okay, hold on to your butts. You're gonna love this shit. Hold on. Bloody scripts, terrain. And that means I have a new file waiting for me right here. Blender generation. Replacers, YMap, CMP. So we're gonna call it this. Isotonic racetrack. Vegetation. 0, 1, which is gonna be the children, and the parents is gonna be 0, 2. And I'm gonna be starting, so I'm kind of done with Blender. Well, and I'm done. I have to define the other stuff. No, fuck! I forgot to save. God damn it. I'm gonna be running the script so I can generate the prop names, right? Here we go. So this program, this little Python file, lets me, for example, I have the vegetation, and I know the big one is the children because there's like 6,000 of them, and the small one, 72 kilobyte, is going to be the parents, the location for that stuff. So this program, I can get the YMap XML, drag and drop in here, and I can select every single one of those and replace it with whatever I want from the list in the right. The list in the right looks like this, and I can use whatever prop name I want. So those are the vanilla prop names, the trees and all that stuff. And I can add as many as I want, and I remove whatever I want. And from the list in here, so yes, I select the first one, the parent name, then I select something that I want to replace it with, and I press shift and does that. And I keep going until so right now I'm gonna be having 13, 14, 15, 20 pine trees. Then I'm going back and going down the list, and I keep going. I'm just gonna do 18, then it's gonna be cedar. Then I'm gonna do some palm trees. Then I'm gonna do some small palm trees. And now I have 20 pine, 18 cedar, 18 cedar different size, 13 medium palm trees, and 26 small palm trees. So now I'm just gonna save and overwrite whatever's in there, right? If I open the file right now, every single one of those in the XML is being replaced with what I want. And I'm gonna close it and run it again, so we cleared the memory cache, and drag and drop the children. And it tells me, this program, it also tells me you cannot do any of this stuff as fast as I do it without tools. You need tools. It's impossible. It's humanly impossible to to compete in that sense with me, unless you have tools. If you have better tools, you can. Uh, so I have the Blender that generated me a list with all the placement for the children, and I can choose. I don't know why it's not. It should. Oh, I have 52, 58 uh, props to choose from as in vegetation, from high to low, well, more or less. So I'm gonna do another tree pine. Press shift. Then I'm gonna do another medium. I'm gonna do some rocks. I got rocks in here. The spawn number is gonna be mostly rocks. It's hard to predict where they're gonna be, and the big number is gonna be small props, and the small number is gonna be the big props. Large. Gonna be. And the last two. No, I got three more. Let's add some trees. And save. Alright, so we're done generating. So I generated, right now I generated over 6,000 pieces of vegetation on that area on the racetrack. And you will soon see how awesome the whole thing is. Back to Code Walker. now gonna have an avalanche of people wanting the tools. Hey dude, what tool are you using? Can I have it? Um, so, turns out the generation, I forgot to move the mesh at the proper location, and the whole fucking thing is generated in the middle of the city. But that's fine. You can you can tell what's going on in here. How a tool like this is very important to have. Imagine placing 6,000 pieces of vegetation by hand in Codewalker or whatever. It's impossible. So we're gonna take, I think those are the parents. So yeah, I should have paid attention about the location, because right now I kind of fucked up. And unless I regenerate, I move the mesh from and wait another 40 minutes. But that will be in the middle of the track, which is not possible to generate it that way. So I gotta find a tree. And according to that, to never be in the middle of the track. That is in the middle of the track, and that one is floating way too bad. So I only have 4 options, right? So this is the middle of the track. This is also the middle of the track. So that's not the right position. That one is floating pretty bad in there. And that one is floating pretty bad too. So that's not in the middle of the track. This floats in a weird way. Yeah, I fucked it up. Long story short. So how do you do this, ladies and gentlemen? I'll show you again how it's supposed to be done. But if you want, I think it's garbage. It's garbage because I have a lot of trees on the track, and there is no point on even starting the game with that kind of mess. So we take the coordinates from the Y map that has the mesh. Track. So this is the track, and this is the so just to explain to you what I've done wrong. All right. I'm gonna take the track. We're gonna export it directly to desktop. Fuck you, Windows, for changing my. So this is the track. We drop this in Blender. Remove the collisions. Let's try doing it regardless, just so you can see what it looks like. Well, gotta wait to load 6,000 props in the memory now. Right on. That's how I do stuff too. Just have something different kind of noise in the background. Someone doing something else. Maybe sometimes it's gonna do something interesting, maybe not. And I selected 7,000 of, all of them. I think I should remove the track from the Y map. It will be visually easier to distinguish the orientation. Like that. And then reselect the whole thing so I can easily tell. How is it in the world? Let's give this another shot. Yeah, that's usually how I work. That's how I do stuff. Usually I download VODs from Twitch. I got a few streamers that I regularly watch, and just save it offline. I have like 3, 4, 5 of them, depending on how long they are. And I have like 12 hours worth of VODs. And then I start working. I turn on the working PC, turn on the VOD. It's just playing. It's like a TV, like background noise. Sometimes they do something interesting, something funny, but for the most part, like 95% of the time, you're just driving around and doing stupid shit. But sometimes it's funny, and it's worth taking the time to take a pause from work and just watch the VOD and then go back to the thing. And I understand why anybody will do the same with the So if it's not clear what's going on, Code Walker is selecting right now close to 7,000 props in the project window because I need to mass relocate every single one of them uh, over the map that I just created, the vegetation. This is the vegetation I'm trying to place over the area, the new area that I created. And I fucked up by not importing the terrain in Blender, positioning in the world in exactly the same position as GTA5, and then generate the vegetation. Because right now, uh, being at 0, the vegetation generated in the middle of the city, which is unusable. And right now, I'm trying to recover from that bullshit, but it's taking a while because um, it's a little bit of a bullshit with Codewalker. If you set up the camera over the props that you're trying to select, if you have like few thousand of them, it's gonna take a whole lot longer because it has to render every single one of those boxes, every single one of those edges, the bounding boxes for the props, and that takes compute power. If you look away, if you look, go to a different, the opposite piece of, the opposite part of the town, and then do the selection, that will do it in like 5% of the time. I may have to talk to Dex about that. So, kind of, while you're selecting the props, until everything is selected, just blur the screen, like blackout, almost blackout. So, or stop rendering the bounding boxes for the selected object, so it's sped up. Uh, it's quite costly, GPU wise, if you do that kind of stuff. I'm really tempted to start over with the selection because I don't think. Hold up, may have finished. I think I finished. I'm not 100% certain why I have trees in the middle of the track. That should not be a thing. Yeah, this is what it looks like when you select 7,000 objects in Codewalker. And try to move them all at once. I think this is it. I think I have to not save the parent, only save the children, and then do the parents one more time according to the location of the children. So this is going to be 01, which is the children. Then abandon the changes and redo the parents. Like this is going to be 95 of them. According to the children that I just watched, there is no rotation involved. It's exactly the same. You just move it over. Although those floaters don't make any sense to be there. Okay, so let's remove some of them. They just look weird. I gotta check the script to see why I have those floaters in here. But the amount of time that I saved compared to the amount of time that I have to take to clean up the extra stuff that got generated is significantly bigger. Smaller, not bigger, because I save time. So this area is kind of bald. It doesn't make much sense. Right, let's see in the game. I gotta close this one. I don't need it anymore. We're gonna be seeing the game. We're gonna see it in game. We're gonna drive a little bit, and probably gonna end the stream. And try. I'm gonna off stream. I'm gonna try to fix the script so I don't run into that shit. For example, check if I am at, if the mesh is at 0, just display a warning. You forgot to move the generating terrain into position, and it cannot be at 0 like I did it the last time. So that's a thing that I have to include into the script to tell me I'm a little dumb. And then I'm gonna be deleting the manifest in here and regenerate it. Go tools, manifest, generate, and just gonna put random stuff and then fix the K in here and add that stuff back in, and reload the files. Double check that's actually showing up. Looks good. Then we start the server. Let me I don't want to show my stuff in here. Sometimes 5M does that, show the usernames and all kind of stuff that is not supposed to be public. So most likely the server already started. Let's start 5M now. And we're approaching the moment of truth. We're gonna be seeing the whole fucking thing. The terrain is kind of low quality, but as a show off, I think it's good enough. The smoothness of the terrain, the poly count on the terrain could be improved quite a bit. Probably it needs another 20% to 30% of what's already there to make it look like it's actually real. But that's just a matter of go over the blender and add a subdividing and then a decimator and smooth out the terrain, and then regenerate the outside terrain for it. Here we go. I forgot. Did I see? Oh, we may not have the terrain in there. Hold on. Shit. Time 0, then TX. No clip. God damn it. So I think the manifest didn't kick in. And I have to reload the whole thing. Oh no, it's in here. It's in here, boys and girls. Holy shit. Look at that. Pretty fucking cool. Pretty fucking cool. Now, from the terrain, the terrain data that I have, see how that tree is in the fucking middle of the racetrack. I can generate concrete barricades like I attempted to do, but it's kind of boring right now to do it, and it's like almost close to 5 hours. And I can put the concrete barriers or spars. I can put even buildings. I can put a gas station. I can put all kind of stuff on the terrain. Go there, mister. I'm quite pleased. See another tree in the middle of the racetrack. So I run into two of them, just two of them, that like straight up into the middle of the. So let's call this tree and a few bushes. Bushes are not a problem, but the trees are because they have solid collisions and you cannot go over it. I mean through it. And this is the the rocks. It's fucking hilarious the way they spawn. They spawn on the side. What little bitches! Instead of spawning like a normal rock. But yeah, it's just my script that fucked up. But for the most part, I think. Look at this guy. For the most part, I'm quite fucking happy. I should use the other script to randomize the textures for the ground so there is more contrast between the area that I'm riding on and the area with the vegetation that's allegedly not maintained. It's not a racing area and it should not be. This looks a little like Cayo Perico. It will have more rocks and diverse, uh, more diverse vegetation. Look at that. You can get your gang, give them ammo, give them weapons, and have a gang fight in here in the woods. This is Daisy, brother. This is Daisy terrain that I recreated in 4 hours. lame. Bushes don't grow that way. But yeah, this was the little tweaks that I have to add to the script to check the angulation of the terrain, the face, the slope. That's a better word. And do not spawn that stuff. But it's fucking good. I like it. I like it a lot. If you guys want it, $20. But you'll have to fix it. You'll have to clean up the extra geometry in here. You know what? I should add scenarios. I should add scenarios, and I should add deer and moose and whatever the fuck else it can be, rabbits. Uh, yeah, even better ground. Yep. Check this out. We playing tanks too. This is Daisy, brother. Daisy with tanks. I can totally do Daisy terrain and have the whole fucking server just just like this. I can find some props, some buildings. Yeah, I'm really happy about it. See how much vegetation does for the whole thing? If I have to remove the vegetation, it will look like shit. Well, it still look like a terrain and you can race on it, but the vegetation changes everything for the better. Uh, boom. So everything's looks a lot better with vegetation. It's a PUBG. I can add buildings, brother. I have shit. I can add whatever I want from the game. You guys wanna see another tool uh, that I used to add stuff in game, like custom stuff. I don't know how many of you are on my Discord already, but I have a modular code walker, a modification of code walker that lets you add modules, and you can have DLLs, you can have all kind of stuff. Me primarily, I created a lot of DLLs, a lot of modules for the program, but there's some other people that did the same thing, and it's pretty fucking good. If you want to do stuff, let's speed up your workload. I mean, workflow. Let me show it. Let me show it. So we're good on this. Let me show you the modular stuff in here. We're gonna go to CodeWalker. I'm gonna enable some modules in here. I'll have the project filter, and I'm gonna be adding the this is how many modules I have. Center window. I have an MLO tool for it. I think this is the one that we're looking for. And orphan highlights, select tooltips. This one. This is new. The tooltip stuff. It's an upgrade from the previous one. Restart. I already have that activated. Render profiles. Quick replace. Quick replace. So let's do this. I'm only gonna be loading a few of them. So yeah, so this is the modification for CodeWalker, right? You have the modules, and I activated. I have these modules in here. This does not exist in the regular CodeWalker right here. Enhance tooltip helper, restart button, prop spawner, and project window archetype filter. And I'll show you all four of them. Well, the most obvious is the R right here. I have a button. If I click it, it will restart CodeWalker. So I don't have to go to the icon, blah, blah, blah. You just click on the button, just fucking do it. Second one, enhanced tooltip, you'll see it shortly. Prop spawner, I create a new YMap, I select one, and then, well, you'll see, it's awesome. And project window archetype filter. For example, if I want to, come on, you fuck. Let's go to this area. All right. So, for example, I want to only see add to the project, and the selection is Cedar, right? I can filter the names, and regular CodeWalker doesn't do that. It's not gonna tell you where the cedars are. And right now I have highlighted all of them. You can still see the other stuff, but whatever I search in here, it's highlighted. So that's one of them is the archetype filter, the prop spawner. Let me show you first the enhanced tooltip helper. For example, I selected something in the world, right? Instead of going through this load hierarchy, look at 98 and 0, I see all that data, the rotation, the position, LOD distance, if it's a parent or HD, or orphan, whatever that is. If it has children, and parent index and all that stuff, it's right here in the tooltip. And then if I want to export, for example, I want to export this little thing in here, I'm not going to the RPF Explorer, search for the prop, right click, export to XML, blah, blah, blah. I just do it from here, from this drop down menu. So stuff like that, it's adds up, speeds up the workflow. And then the prop spawner, let me do this, right? I got new YMap, and I'm gonna spawn a prop. Let's call prop name. So for example, I want to do this, right? I want to create more of this stuff, right? Copy prop name, go to new, YMap, new entity, Control V, so I know that's what I'm trying to place. And for a second I thought Rockstar. And then I can just middle click, and it's automatically added to the YMap. Yeah. And then the way I do this, in the CodeWalker directory, I have a text file that dictates pro spawner, where is it? So this one. So whatever I set up in here, for example, this one is what spawns. If I change this to the prop name that I just copied from the world and I save it, now if I middle click, instead of doing the palm tree, I'm doing the small bushes. So I'm not manually doing that, and not only spawns like on the ground, it also randomly rotates it so it doesn't look the same. So if I want, I can spawn in here and it will look alright. See? It's not gonna look fucked up. For if you want to see something hilarious, I'm just gonna copy this. And then I saved it. And if I want horizontal trees, I can do that. See? It's just gonna follow the slope of the normal that's being placed on. Oops, it crashed. But yeah, so you just saw the reason I'm not. This is not public yet because I get random crashes like that, and I don't want to piss off anybody. But it's possible if you write C#. I left on 5 mods. I left the source code for the whole thing. And if you want to create your own DLL, you want to create your own stuff, you can do it. You can do it and enhance CodeWalker beyond regular functionality. You can do that. If you wanna, Elizabeth, you wanna make art for my channel? Oh, I appreciate you asking, but I'm a little bit of an engineer. I'm not much of an artist in that sense. Art on my tutorials channel doesn't really make sense. But I appreciate you asking. You have my Discord in the video stream, literally. Hopefully it didn't crash and it's still there. That's my Discord in there. But again, me wanting art on an engineering channel like tutorials doesn't quite. I'm not an entertainer in that sense. I'm an engineer. I'm not. I don't. That's not what I do. People do not come on my stream to be entertained. It's to be educated. So I'm not gonna expose your art to a large audience. I don't have thousands and thousands of people watching me. My audience is quite small, but I appreciate you asking. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for hanging out, and see you on the next one. I don't know exactly when it's gonna be, but if it happens, stay tuned, subscribe, you'll get notified, and hop back in the chat, shoot the shit, watch me break stuff, create stuff, and so on. Yep. See you next time. Bye bye.